ver se ela tá enchendo seu saco.
collection with the recovery. Once again the cross. They could shoot. And it's in!
That guy Brown, he cuts inside and gets a shot past the goalkeeper. Wonderful one from Brad.
On the right side, the shot and the goal.
Good evening, everybody. It is match day in the UPSL Women's League. My name is John Reno. We're bringing you today's matchup live from Tampa, Florida. It's the Florida South Division Shock City FC women's team hosting the South Tampa FC women's team.
What's the call off?
And we thank you for being patient with us. We had a rather lengthy weather delay with rain and lightning in the area, but looks like that is cleared up enough to go ahead and get this match in, and then we have a dandy for you this evening. Two really good teams going at it. First place, South Tampa FC, up against third place, Shock City, third on the table. Teams only one loss so far in the season. Shock City with a 4-game unbeaten streak, and South Tampa with a 6-game unbeaten streak. Both teams very strong defensively. Shock City only conceding 3 goals in the season so far, while South Tampa only conceding 4. And these two teams played to a 0-0 tie, 0-0 draw on March 31st. So something might have to give today. Look at it, perhaps the unstoppable force meets the immovable logic. Which one is which? That's up for debate. But certainly we can expect to see a low-scoring matchup tonight. Maybe one goal. Even one goal could be the decider here in this matchup tonight. Take a look at the starting 11 here for Shock City. Number 6, the goalkeeper, Arlena. Number 23, Thea. Number 20, Allison. Number 26, Jamie. Number 25, Lily. Number 33, Sid. Number 17, Saab. Number 16, Lo. Number 9, Harlan. Number 9, Shay. And number 12, Giselle. That's your starting 11 for Shock City. And for the visitors of South Tampa FC, we have in goal, 00, Victoria Purdy. Number 8, Tegan Payne. Number 4, Raquel D'Souza. Number 29, Anna Norman. Number 5, Kat Salazar. Number 10, Megan Sheehan. Number 17, Isabella Gabino. Number 28, Isabel Vasquez. Number 37, Ryan Mershkin. And number 15, Jasmine Menschner. And number 19, Insef Morrison. And your head coach is Giovanni Palencia. That is your starting 11 for the first place South Tampa FC in the Florida Central Division. And we're just waiting here for the officials and the teams to take the field here. Tonight's presentation of the UPSL Women's Soccer is brought to you by Vetter Media Sports. As I mentioned, this game was delayed in getting underway due to a lengthy weather delay. Team comparison again, as I said, mentioned South Tampa FC first on the table, with coming in tonight with 5 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw, with 16 points. Shock City playing 2 less games, coming in at 3-1-1. That's good for third on the table, with 10 points, with a plus goal differential of 10, while South Tampa has a plus goal differential of 6. Like I mentioned earlier, though, we anticipate a low-scoring, perhaps defensive chess match of a game here this evening. We'll see how things play out. We thank you for joining us and for sticking with us. Take a brief pause here while we wait for the teams to take the field and get this kicked off for you.
E sexta, sábado e domingo é top das galáxias, pai. Sexta, sábado e domingo é aquela parada excelente.
Teams are starting to take the field here. It'll be the visitors, South Tampa FC, in the black jerseys. So they'll be going from right to left to start this first half. And Shock City will be wearing white this evening, going from left to right here for the first 45. Officials taking their positions here. Looks like we're going to get this one kicked off right about now. And Shock City will take the opening kickoff here. Everybody's ready. Referee checks his watch, and we're underway, folks. Shock City working around to the near side. Pass up the line, intercepted by Tampa. Now Tampa sending it forward. Carolina comes out to scoop that up. She's going to boot this forward short of midfield. 50-50 ball headed up and headed forward by Shock City. Sent back in by Tampa. And now another bad back pass here is a chance for Tampa moving in down the right wing. And ball's going to go across the end line for goal kick. Opening moments here in this UPSL Women's League Florida Central Division matchup. So Shock City with the goal kick. Sending forward, headed forward by Shock City. Tampa back to retrieve it. They try to flick it ahead, and it's going to go out for a throw. This will be a throw in here for Shock City. Ball sent in, immediately taken by Shock City. Trying to maneuver around. Ball losing it, but Tampa gets it back to midfield. Now they chip it back in. And headed forward and out by Tampa. So we'll have another throw for Shock City. It's down the line, and again, Sent ahead by Tampa and cleared it out of play once more. So we'll wind up doing this again. We go down the line once more. This one stays in play. And Shock losing and having to retreat. Now Tampa picks up the loose ball. They try to chip it ahead. It's blocked and now sent back down the right wing and too far. And it's going to be a throw the other way for Tampa now. That was too far for Jamie for Shock City. Now go past the near touch speed throw here for Tampa. Big throw down the line headed back by Shock City. Now ball at midfield. So they fight for control. Now Shock City has it. And dispossessed, and we get a foul given, so free kick for Shock City. About 5 yards in from the right side of the center circle. Got chipped in right to Tampa player. And they try to maneuver up the far side. A volley back and forth. Shock City now come away with it. Charging ahead. Moving around one defender. Now moving in. And it's going to be cleared away by Victoria Purdy. So we have another look. That was a hard clear by the keeper there. So it'll be another throw for Shock on that far side again. Big throw in. Volleyed up in the air. Hits the turf. And it's going to go out once more. This will be another throw for Shock City now further down the line now. Ball in, chipped ahead by Tampa, headed back in by Shock City. And just a wild clear there by Isabella. So throw in here for Shock. And touch goes out past the near touch line. So throw in here for Tampa now. Fight for it at midfield. Shock trying to come away with it. And pass attempt was intercepted by Tampa. Now past midfield. Now coming down on that near side. And nice defensive play by Shock and trying to keep it in play but not able to. And looks like we're going to set up for our first corner of the match here for South Tampa here. That will be on the near side. A corner or a throw, kind of out of our vantage point right now. It looks like they're setting up for a corner though. Ball in low and deflected off the Shock player and it goes right back out again. So back up, do this again. Ball into the back post and misses everyone and goes out across the other side. So be throw for Shock City. So taking a look. The ball just missed by two Tampa players there. Not able to get a head or a foot on it. So Shock will, in their own defensive third, will throw this in. Now Shock City. Pass up near center circle, taken by Tampa though. Tampa drifting over to the near touch line. Touch pass. 17 Gambino wheels around to Raquel. She sends it over the far side now. Sending it down the line, but behind the Tampa player. And it's going to go out for throw. 0-0 score here. We're in the opening minutes of this matchup. Pass into the 9th minute. You're watching UPSL Women's Soccer Spring 2025 season. Florida Central Division. Presented by Better Media Sports. As mentioned before, these teams played to a 0-0 draw earlier, about a month ago, back in near towards the end of May. And it looks like two evenly matched teams so far here. Neither team is able to establish an advantage yet. Tampa sends it in long and scooped up there by Arlena. She's going to go ahead and boot this one past midfield. And Tampa's smart play, waiting for it to go out of bounds. A throw in, quick throw in, intercepted by Shock. Now Shock City on that left wing. And a Tampa player goes down, chips ahead. It was a good tackle, play on. Now Shock has it at midfield. Pressure from Tampa. That's Ryan Mushkin trying to take it away there, but sent back in. And ball goes out far touch. Referee indicates throw here for Tampa right at midfield. Big throw down the line, sent right back. South City will play from there. Now pushed ahead. Now there's a race for it, heading towards the corner. Shock City gets to it, tried to center it, but it gets deflected and goes out past the end line. Shock City will set up for a corner here from the far flag. Be a right-footed swing here. Arm goes up, kicks away towards the back post, and Tampa able to get ahead on it, but not directed towards the goal. Now trying to clear it is Tampa, and shot from distance goes over the top bar. Take another look from the corner. And see, able to get the header on it. And Tampa trying to get the clear. So we'll do this again. So corner number 2 now. On the same side. This one's low, and looked like Purdy got a hand on it, possibly, or reached for it, but nonetheless it goes out. It's going to go for a goal kick. So both teams with 2 corners so far early on. Now the team able to capitalize. Now goal kick from the keeper is intercepted by Shock City, headed back in by Shock, and it's going to go out for Tampa throw. Throw and headed back out. We'll rewind, do this again. And once more, headed up by Shock City. Now flicked ahead, chase in the middle. And Purdy out of the goal to scoop that up. She quickly wheels it out over to her right side. Tampa tried to advance from there. And Shock City making things a little difficult. Ball goes out, though. It'll be a throw for Tampa. So both these teams had to wait around for a good while here during this weather and lightning delays that we had. So I know they're going to be glad to get this match in. A throw in here by Tampa. And sent back and chipped in and a little too far. It was going to go over the goal for a goal kick. Let's take another look. Yeah, it's a little bit too much on that one. So Shock City sends it forward. And sent right back in. Now drifting over the right wing and heading now into the corner. Ball poked away. Be a throw here for Tampa. In the defensive third now of Shock City. We don't have a team with any real good scoring chances as of yet. Which is not unexpected considering how well these teams play defense. Now ball chipped back out near midfield. Tampa will reset from there. Pressure from Shock City. Past the middle now. No one's there for Tampa. Now Shock sends it past midfield. Chasing it. And trying to keep it in. Do is Shock City now heading into the corner. Now centered. And goes off the back of the top of the goal there in the netting. Take another look. Just try to center it. And just hits the top of the goal there. So goal kick for Tampa. 16 minutes in now. Ball is headed off. And goes right back to Purdy. Now she boots it up now again near midfield. Shock has it. Now chip back in. That was Shea taking it back in. Now trading volleys back and forth. Then we get a foul. That was Allison who was fouled on the play there, or committed the foul rather. So a free kick for South Tampa. Past midfield, headed forward by Shock City. And headed back out of play by Tampa. So throw here for Shock City. Shea sends it in. And get another stoppage. Look at a free kick for Shock City near touchline. Carlin will go ahead and put this in one play and sends it forward towards the goal. And Purdy's right there. Didn't have to move really for that one. Just a little too far ahead. Back to live action. Shock City with it. Through ball was blocked and trying to keep it in was Tampa. That's Ryan couldn't quite get to it in time, so Shea will throw it in. Shock City, now she sends it down the line. And we get another stop. They say that ball went out, so there'll be a throw here for Tampa on the near touchline. Right at midfield, sent down the line. Volleyed up and backwards, though, by Shock City. Now, Shock City got Shea with it, passing it away. Now they move it over to the far side, giving chase. Now turning, but Tampa defended right on her. Now they'll drop it back to our Elena. Elena tried to set it on, it kind of deflected and went off. Past the near touchline, now we get a stop here. So let's say throw in here for Shock City. And volleyed out of bounds. So Tampa will throw in. So down the line, hits the turf. Tampa tried to make a move towards the goal, and it's deflected by Shock City, and they clear it, hard clear. So neither team giving the offense much of anything. Here in the early going, as I mentioned, both teams really good defensively. Neither team give up a lot of goals. So, as I said, we could be looking at a low-scoring affair today. And foul on Tampa, so free kick. Goalkeeper really tested so far up to this point as well. With the free kick here for Shock City. Then we get a pause here. Now we go. Long ball attempt. Headed out. So Shock will get another throw in here, this time just past midfield. She kind of cheats up the line a little bit. Now gets it out. Now teams trade volleys back and forth. We get another whistle. Looks like they called Lily there for infraction. Possibly. Now free kick for South Tampa. We're into the 22nd minute. Ball headed forward by Shock City. It's going to go out of play on the far side, so Tampa will get another throw. Looks like maybe we're getting a couple substitutions here, looks like. We're only giving Now we're back in play here, live play. Shock City. And tripped up and fouled from behind. A free kick here for Shock City. So a big kick headed towards the near touchline, giving chase, but not able to get to it. So the Shock will get a they will get a throw in here on the near touchline, but it looks like we're going to have possibly either hydration break or hopefully not, and more lightning in the area. Right around the 24th minute mark. So it is a hydration break. So in the middle of the hydration break here, you're watching UPSL soccer here on the Vetter Media Sports Network. Florida Central Division action coming to you live from Tampa, Florida at Skyway Park. Been a defensive battle so far. Shock City FC and South Tampa FC. Both teams riding unbeaten streaks. Both teams playing to a 0-0 draw earlier. So looking for something to give here tonight. Play resumes. We should have a throw in here for Shock City on the near side in South Tampa territory. Sure, it's hot and humid here, even at this time here in Central Florida. And the temperature around game time was around 89, 90 degrees. I'm sure it feels hotter than that on this turf. It's about ready to get this play back underway here. Shock City with a throw in. It's Jamie. He's going to leave it for Shea. Shea, number 3, will throw it in now. Sends it in and headed out once more by number 24. Substitutions here in the first half for Tampa. Ball back in. Out chip towards goal. Blocked by the defense. Chipped up now. Tried to head it back in was Shock City. Now ball comes past midfield. Now giving chase. Yeah, they're going to drop it back to Arlena. Arlena has it. She sends it. Near center circle, headed forward by Shock City, but Tampa's there going to pick up the loose ball there and drop it back to Purdy. Purdy has it. Ball up near center circle, headed forward here. Here comes Tampa now with a chance. Trying to move forward, and Shea back there with the defense, and shot and a goal. South Tampa. They call offside. Take another look. It's like a couple players fall down, and then a Tampa player runs in, scoops up the loose ball, and puts it past. But they say the play was offside. Not. I'm just going to move it further up here. So the score will remain at 0. Shock City dodging one there. Let's go out on the far side here for a Tampa throw. Now here comes Tampa down the far line. Pass to the middle and tried to one-time it, and it was off the mark here. Went out of play on the right side here. Take another look. Nice pass, just not able to get enough of a shot off away on that. So it'll be a goal kick for Shock City. Ball at center circle, and it's sent forward, giving chase is Tampa. Now she tries to turn, and it's poked away and out of play by Shock City. So it'll be a throw in here for South Tampa. Ball in, and get a call here. They're going to foul given here, or went out. So we throw in here. Shea's going to throw this in for South City, or for rather Shock City. And they'll turn over, and South Tampa will throw it in now. Long sent up the line, headed forward by Tampa. Battle for it with Carlin. Carlin turns, sends it ahead. And try to clear, deflected. Now headed forward by Tampa, right back to center circle, but Shock City takes it away. Now here they come, Shock City now. Pass through, but no one able to get to it for Shock City. And Purdy will pick it up here. About to cross into the 32nd minute. High goal kick, hits the turf. And move over near side, no one's there, it's going to go out of play. And Shea will go ahead and throw it in for Shock City. And South Tampa has it, trying to set it in. And once more, good defensive play there by Shock City, but the ball going to go out now for another Tampa throw. Shock City trying to bring it up the other way. Pass was off the mark, but it was knocked out of play by South Tampa, so it'll be a throw here for Shock City. Jamie tosses it in. Now sent down the line. They're going to give chase in the near corner. And able to keep it in and center it, but cleared it away by South Tampa. So we'll take another look. Called. That was the kick for Shock City. Goes over the other side. Tried to send it back in. It's deflected off a South Tampa player. Purdy will go ahead and boot this one away for Tampa. Short kick taken by Shock City. Now drifting over the near side, kept in bounds. Try to chip it towards goal. It's deflected out in the middle. Shock City still in the ball. Now they move it over to the near side. Now shot towards the goal. Deflected once more. Now drifting into the far corner. It's going to go out past the line. Set up for another corner here. Shock City has the edge in those now. Still overall pretty even battle. Right-footed swing here from the far side. On the back post, try to get her hands on Purdy, but could not grab it. And it's going to be cleared away by the defense. So we'll get a throw in here for Shock City, this time on the near side, taking another look. Purdy goes up, but it just goes off her fingertips and it's cleared away by Tampa. So throw in from the near side now for Shock City. Throw in goes to Shea. Shea sends in the middle, but no one there. Now Tampa coming up. Make its way to Arlena. She sends it ahead. And it looks like called for handball, and they get it. Trina Salazar on that. So they place on the spot. We'll get a free kick from there. A lot of clouds in the area. Now Centaur's goal and over. It's a big old kick. Try to drop it in over, but just a tad too high. Now Purdy sends it ahead. They battle for it at midfield. Shock City's going to come away with it. And trying to keep it in was Isabella, but could not. So Shea will throw it in for Shock City. Now Shock City going down the near touchline, tried to move around one man and is fouled, and was she in the box? Couldn't quite tell. No, doesn't look like it. No. Sometimes hard to differentiate from the lines in the American football field, but yeah, definitely a foul there. All right, so it is in the penalty area. That's what I thought initially, so I was right. So a big chance here for Shock City to go up 1-0 here. Looks like Allison here is going to take this one, number 20. She steps up, kicks it in, and easy goal there. So Shock City grab the lead here in the 38th minute. And they take a 1-0 lead. And as I say, the way these two teams play defense, this one goal could hold up here. Take another look. As Purdy had no shot at that. She kind of guessed wrong and shifted over to her left. So big opportunity for Shock City. They take advantage of it. And we get another infraction there, another foul. And so free kick on the near touch, sends it long and sent back out by Tampa, now drifting over the far side, giving chase. Can keep it in. Yeah, Shock City able to keep it in. And Tampa, though, picks up the loose ball. Pass intercepted. Into the middle now, sent away by Isabella and out of play over on the far side. Well, these two teams playing a total of 90 in the first game and 38 here in the second. Finally get a goal. And Shock City grabbing the 1-0 lead here. So move it over to Shea on the near side. Shea takes a look. She's got some pressure coming. She sends it back in the middle. Sends it back over to Lily. Lily sends it over to the far side. Now sent towards goal and off the mark and go out for goal kick. Starting to get late here in the half now. And there's more of a long ball pass attempt than a shot on goal, but nonetheless out for goal kick for South Tampa. Let's see how they respond here. Goal kick is short of midfield. And it's going to go out past the near touch, to be a throw in for South Tampa. They get it in. And Shock City trying to come away with it, but Tampa has it now along the far side. Now they bring it past midfield, but let itself a little too far. It's going to be taken away by Shock City. They're going to drift it back to Arlena. Arlena sends it forward. And sent back in. Purdy out of the goal there to knock this one back in. Off the chest of Isabella. Now lines up along the near touch line. To Allison, the goal scorer. She tries to send it in. It's taken away by Isabella. Isabella sends it across midfield. Across the field, rather. Taken away by Shock City and foul here. So it'll be a free kick for Shock City. Looks like we have a couple Shock City players head toward the sidelines here. I see number 1 go onto the field. Number 5 coming on here for Shock City. So get a couple substitutions here late in the first half for Shock City. Now ball sent way too high. Get out of play for goal kick. Too much leg on that one. So Victoria Purdy standing over the ball here. She's going to put in play. Low kick here. And Shock City has it. As they get pushed back near midfield. Now they send it over the near side. Shea had it, lost it. Ball winds up over the far side. Tampa giving chase now. Keeping it in. And Shock City will take over. Nice move around one player. Splits the defense. Now still moving ahead, but let herself a little too far. It's going to be cleared away by Tampa. Back to center circle now. Tampa trying to counter here, get an offensive rush here going, but they're turned away once more. I kind of sense that Shock City's kind of taking away control of play here now, here as we get late in the first half. And we get another foul. So first place, South Tampa, riding a 6-game unbeaten streak, find themselves down a goal here late in the first half. There's a battle for it at midfield. Both players hitting the turf and getting back up again, but ball going to come away by Tampa. Tampa now. Ball hits the referee, but Tampa now moving ahead. Isabella with it. She loses. She gets pushed down. And no call there. Now ball sent in by number 7, one of the substitutions who came in. And it's going to go all the way over to Elena. So Arlena sends it forward. 50-50 ball hits the turf. It's going to go forward here and pushed ahead by South City. Is going to be cleared away by Tampa for throwing here for Shock City. Shock City grabbing the lead here thanks to a penalty kick. In the 38th minute, that's been our only scoring so far. Thrown by Tampa. And you have another white jersey go down, so we get another whistle here. A number of fouls here on South Tampa here in this first half. So Shock City with a chance for another free kick here. Ball low, and it goes right to Purdy. All she had to do is bend over and pick that one up. And the free kick went right to her. So back to live action. Tampa trying to get something going here late. Sort of stoppage time now, or should be. We should have a little bit, at least, as we had a water break here earlier in the half. Now Tampa with it, and shot from long distance, and diving to her right was Elena, and it's going to go out. Take another look at this one. It was number 24 getting to it and went off the hands. Looks like it went off the hands of Elena, and they say it was because we're going to have a corner now. So chance here late in the half for South Tampa. Looking for an equalizer. Ball in towards the back post. In the middle, drifts over to right side. Try to send back in, is blocked out. Now they push back. Now chip back in by South Tampa. They try to bicycle. Now volley out of the air, and that's deflected. Oh boy, a couple chances there for South Tampa. Turned away. Take another look. They missed the bicycle kick, and there's a volley out of mid-air, and they just deflected off the legs of Arlena there and went out. So near miss there for South Tampa. Now they'll get a corner here on the far side now. It'll be their fourth. Ball centered and headed forward and sent back in, and Arlena dives to stop that one. And that's going to go out. And South Tampa, go ahead and hurry up and get this one set up again for another corner. Take another look. Number 24 blasted, heading towards that near corner. But able to stop it was Arlena now. We get another corner for this time from the near side, and from the near flag, sent in. And that's it. That's the halftime, folks. So, good half for Shock City. They grab a 1-0 lead thanks to a penalty scored by Allison here. They're one of their forwards. So, and that's where we stand right now. 1-0 is the score here at halftime. And we're going to step away too here for a little bit. So don't go away, folks. We'll be back for the second half. You're watching UPSL Women's Soccer here on the Veteran Media Sports Network. Don't go away, folks. And welcome back, folks, to match day here in the UPSL Women's League in the spring 2025 season. Florida Central Division matchup at Shock City FC hosting South Tampa FC. Take a look at some of the first half highlights here. It was this fairly even play for the majority of the match. So take a look at some of the earlier action here. And this was a goal that was disallowed due to offside for South Tampa. And just missing there over the bar. And then here, what led to the penalty for Allison here, number 20 for Shock City, to go ahead and put her team up 1-0. And then Arlena, goalkeeper for Shock City, had to make a couple saves late here to keep their 1-goal lead. And that's where we stand right now. The first time these two teams met, it was a 0-0 draw. Shock City grabs the lead here as we head into the second 45. We'll see if South Tampa can find the equalizer here, as their 6-game unbeaten streak is on the line now. And Shock City looking to extend their unbeaten streak to 5 games here. The first place and the third place teams going at it's been a good one so far. I hope to have an exciting finish here for you folks. It'll be South Tampa taking the kickoff. They're in the black, going from left to right here in the second half, and Shock City in the white going from right to left as we start the final 45. And it looks like some more halftime substitutions have been made here. As the teams had to endure a very long, prolonged weather delay, so they're out here for a good while now. Out on this field here today in this heat. And we have a collision there, just off center circle. Take another look. As number 24 gets run into there. So free kick here for South Tampa. Ball sent into the box and headed out by Shock City. Now trying to let it go out, but they're going to get it back to Arlena. She'll go ahead and boot this one away. High kick, 50-50 ball, hits the turf, and it's going to wind up to South Tampa. They send it back in, sent right back out by Shock City. And now South Tampa will back up, they'll boot it ahead. Now Shock City with it. Pass to midfield, intercepted by South Tampa. Here's a through ball. And covering nicely with Shock City. Now sent back in once more. But Shock City able to pick it up once more, intercepted. Now they're trying to break out. Now past midfield. And a free kick for Shock City. Ball drifting over to the near touch. So we're at 15 there for South Tampa. I'm going to get a throw in here. So second half substitution. There's a chance for Shock City, drifting into the near corner now, centered and headed out by South Tampa. It's going to be out of play. So it'll be a throw-in for Shock City. Out again. This time we'll go to Tampa. Ball sent right back in by Tampa. Volleyed up in the air near midfield. Headed up by Shock City. Now headed back in by South Tampa. Now winds up at Jasmine, number 15. She tried to go around the defender, but it's poked away, so they'll get a throw. Take another look. As a shot turn and fires, but way high for goal kick. For ball here. Ball's going to go out. Number 5 couldn't keep it in. For Shock City, so will be throw in here for Tampa. That's Tegan throwing it in. Back to number 5. We're only given the starting 11 for Shock City. We don't have any substitution names for them. And trying to keep it in and not able to. So it's going to be a throw in here for South Tampa. Here's a chance now as they're swinging deep into Shock City territory. Ball goes in. And Shock City looking to come away with it. Now they drift over the far side. Now they send it up the line. And Tampa has it now. Pass attempt broken up, but loose ball gets to South Tampa, but it's Shock City trying to clear, not able to. So South Tampa now still on the ball. Now they send it over to the near side of Jasmine. Jasmine now sends towards the goal and a deflected, and it goes out. So now it's not deflected. Maybe it looked like, I thought maybe Saab got a piece of it, but now it goes out for goal kick. About to cross into the 53rd minute here. 1-0 is our score. You're watching UPSL Women's Soccer live from Tampa, Florida, being broadcast streamed by Veteran Media Sports for the UPSL. Two good teams going at it this afternoon, early evening. And Tampa trying to find an equalizer here. A nice pass inside. Now moving in the middle, trying to get a shot off. Now she's drifting over and now passing over to the far side. Just cannot get a shot off. Now sent back in towards goal, and Arlena's there. She quickly wheels it ahead. Number 5. Oh, big collision there. Tegan just ran into number 5 there. But play goes on. Now Jasmine has it on the near side. She sends it forward. And it's deflected off the Tampa player. Now drifting over to Saab. Saab has it, and she and Jasmine fight for it. It goes out. It's going to be a throw in here for South Tampa. Jasmine quickly gets it into the box. And clearing attempt right there was number 19 picking up. That was Insel Morrison. And it's going to go back here to center circle. Now sent back in, but nobody there for South Tampa. Carolina picks it up. Ball's headed forward. Now sent back in, and collision there, foul given, and it's Allison who goes down. She's the one who scored the goal on the penalty. And they quickly take a look at her as it was Tegan Payne with the header running into Allison. And she went down kind of hard there, but she's struggling to get up on her feet and does. And let's hope she's okay. She's telling the trainer she's all right. So free kick here for Tampa. Long ball goes in. It's sent right back out by Shock City right to midfield. Now Shock City has it over on the far side. Pass just out of the reach, but picking up the loose ball is Shock City. Now drifting in the middle. Now drop pass over to number 1. Now they send it over to the left wing and behind the player. It's going to go out. South Tampa throw here, it looks like. Well, we thought it would be a low-scoring affair, and it is so far. And ball in up the line, and Jasmine's going to get to it. She tries to chip it ahead. It's intercepted by number 1 over to number 5. Now send the middle. And Jasmine dispossesses the ball. Now she's coming down the right side. Has a defender on her, though, trying to get around her. Not able to. Good defense there by Isabel, by Saab, rather. Now Jasmine throws in for Tampa. Throw in for Shock City. It's going to wind up Tampa. Now Jasmine has it. Now working into the middle. Got herself a little too far, but able to try to pass it ahead. But was intercepted. Looking for Jasmine there, but was intercepted. So again, Shock City playing really good defense. Only conceding 3 goals on the season so far. In 6+ games now. Or I should say 5+, because we're still in the middle of the 6 here for them. Now Shock City. Work it back in the middle. Shot from distance. But it's stopped. Take another look. Again, she didn't have to move much for that, but she was able to grab it. Back to live action. We get a throw in here for South Tampa in the box, but it's handled by the defense, and Shock City looking to bring it up the other way. Pass down the line, but no one there giving chase. There's number 23, Thea, and it gets sent back in by the keeper. Now South Tampa takes over at center circle, and now here's a chance in. And out good decision there by Arlena to run out there and grab it as she had Jasmine running towards her, and just a good decision able to grab that ball before Jasmine was able to get to it. So Arlena having a good match so far, making a few good key saves, particularly there late in the first half to keep the lead intact for Shock City. Now Shock City trying to chip that ball forward. It's going to be cleared out by South Tampa. We'll have a throw in on the near side for Shock City. And to the 60th minute now. Still plenty of time left for South Tampa. Only down a goal. Now we're going to get a throw in here for South Tampa. Up the line, it's going to be intercepted by Shock City. Now moving to the middle. There's 3 black jerseys around her. So they drop back a bit. Now over the near side. That's Saab with it. Now drifting into the corner. Can she center it? Kind of a camera view there, but it looks like it goes out for goal kick here. Ball is short and it's going to go out. And Tampa will retain possession here. Now they'll bring it up. For the free kick. Allen works his way to the middle and picking up the loose ball and clearing it, but not able to get it out. South Tampa keeps it in, looking for Jasmine here on the near side. She's got a defender on her, trying to move her around her, and she's staying with her, trying to get around that corner. Oh, nice move in outside and past the middle, broken up once more by Shock City. So good play by Jasmine to get around the defender, but able to clear it away was Shock City. Now coming down the other end, Shock City's going to get a throw on the far side. Toss in and taken away by Tampa. Tampa now across midfield. Now looking for in the middle. I thought maybe they're going to go for Jasmine. She was all alone there, but went to the middle. And trying to pick up the loose ball. They had 2 players collide there. They go down. And once more, the kick too strong. It'll be goal kick here for Shock City. .50 ball tried to head forward by Shock City, but Tampa comes away with it. Now they fight for it over the far side. Tampa trying to get on track here, their offense. And ball's going to trick out a play on the far side. It'll be a throw in here for Shock City. So throw in for Shock. And it's going to go back to Arlena. She chips it ahead through defense on that far side. Headed back in by Tampa. And headed out by Tampa. It'll be another throw here for Shock City. Now in the middle. Sent ahead. Tampa now passing the open man. Now the finds way over to Jasmine. She's at the corner of the 18. Passes in the middle. And still not able to get a shot off, and knocked off the ball was Tampa. So another good defensive play there by Shock City. Now Tampa in possession with it. Pass the middle goes behind. And ball's going to come out of play here on the near side now. Should be a throw for South Tampa. That's Tegan Payne with it. She's going to send it down the line, headed up by Shock City. And coming away with it is Shock City. It's number 5. Draws it past midfield. Look for a pass. They're well behind. The Shock City forwards will be a throw for South Tampa. Into the 66th minute. South Tampa's just not been able to solve the Shock City defense as of yet. I'll get another throw just further up the line here. So we'll go ahead and, so we're going to get another water break here. Another hydration break, well-earned hydration break here for the teams. So Shock City holding on to their 1-0 lead. Playing really good defense. Making South Tampa work for everything. And just not really able to break in with any really good scoring chances here for South Tampa. And again, South Tampa not making it easy for Shock City as well. Like I said, the only difference here is the penalty. Said before the match started, speculating that if there's just even one goal scored, if this could be the decider, and so far it is. But still plenty of time for South Tampa. Shock City looking to extend their unbeaten streak to 5 games. And hands South Tampa their first loss since the beginning of the season. Take a look at the penalty here as Allison just caught Purdy moving the wrong way. Got an easy goal there. And that's where we stand. important Florida Central Division matchup. The first and third place teams on the table. Setting ourselves up what should be a nice finish here. See two of the best teams in the Florida Central Division going at it. We're going to be having a little bit of an extended hydration break here. Well, in the first half, not quite this long. Take a look at some of the first half highlights. See Allison with a cross there, hit the top of the net. Here is the goal by South Tampa that was disallowed due to offside. It's more another look at the penalty here by Allison, putting her team at 1-0. So just been informed this is actually going to be a delay here, as I guess it must be lightning in the area once more. So we're going to delay for 30 minutes. So we're going to step away here for a bit, and we'll be back in 30 minutes here, hopefully, weather permitting, for the remainder of the match. Don't go away, folks. You're watching UPSL Women's Soccer here, presented by Vetter Media Sports. We'll be back when weather permits. the second half there with Shock City FC leading 1-0, but the game has been canceled due to bad weather. But we thank you for hanging in with us, folks. You have been watching UPSL Women's Soccer on the Veteran Media Sports Network. My name is John Reno. We thank you for joining us, and we will see you all next time on the pitch. Have a good night and have a good rest of the weekend, everybody. Thank you.